Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Happy fucking Monday. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, guys. The day after Christmas, Boxing Day. Good. Don't mind the crinkles. Don't mind the sound, guys. The crinkles are a lie. Good evening, though. Oh, yes. On one of the last 2 days of World of Warcraft, guys, we're going to be doing some more Mythic Keys tonight. Oh, crinkle. Equals. Good evening, dude. Hey, chat. How's it going, chat? Ah, yep. Good. Managed to retrieve my car from a snowbank today, guys. That was pretty fun. Yeah. Exciting times, exciting day. Good. Ah, yes. Well, tonight, guys, we're going to be doing more World of Warcraft, though. Last 2 days, as I mentioned, we are going to be working on gearing here, guys. See where things go. Probably beforehand, going to do a short tube video. And see what happens there. Do this on the animal. Fuck. It moved. Fuck. Missed it. Good evening. Sup, bro? Yep. Had a decent amount of snowfall. Well, not today. It's just been really cold and blowing. So, yeah. Why am I wearing a Christmas sweater? Because it's warm inside. I actually got my brothers both Christmas sweaters. Ugly Christmas sweaters? Yeah, I got both my brothers' ugly Christmas sweaters this Christmas, so, yeah. As it goes. Oh, guys, the people on Twitters. Oh shit! Like occasionally, when I'm browsing Twitter, I get the DBD feed, right? Because I played DBD for 2 years, right? Although I've not been doing it, I haven't played DBD in probably 3 months at this point, right? Right. Anyways, yeah, getting the DBD feed and just like some of the shit that pops up there is like pretty insane. There are some streamers that are very politically biased, I guess you could say, because in Dead by Daylight, for instance, if you played Dead by Daylight, it's a 4v1. So basically, the game amounts to it almost always being a 4v1, right? And arguably so, the majority of players, there's almost an equal distribution of a 4-to-1 ratio, right? Obviously, sometimes you have to wait for killer, not so much anymore. And for a long time, you never needed to up until the anniversary update. Even then, it didn't really change that much for killer. A lot of people said it did and it didn't. They thought it was going to and it didn't. And now it's basically back to more the same. But anyways, essentially it amounts to an atmosphere where there's more survivors than killers, and as such, people are generally more biased to their side because it's asymmetrical. It's not just us. It's not just whatever team you're on, right? You know, May can be on both sides, or Farah can be on both sides, or Soldier 76 can be on both sides. Basically, you have killers, which represent a certain part of the balancing portion of the game that are on one side, and survivors that are on the other. And there's some people that are very survivor heavy. There's a super survivor heavy bias and drive to placate them because they represent the majority of people that play the game, and generally casuals, the people that have money, right? The people that will give you money are generally the survivors, not killers. So they're people that will always be catered and pandered to. And on Twitter, you run into some of these posts by some of these guys, and they're just insane. Like I had a post of people that had no fucking idea how bloodlust worked, and basically argued with the guy, basically into the ground, in which he had to go to the wiki, and after finding the wiki, still could not figure out how bloodlust worked properly. And then when he figured out that there's elements that affect bloodlust, like, oh, these are niche elements, they don't affect it normally, so he tried to cop out of the answer. Like, he tried to cop out of it at the end when he was wrong, which is fucking hilarious. Basically, he just wasted a bunch of time on someone that then pretended that they're right at the end of the day. Yeah, good stuff. I love when people wiggle out of shit that way. Like, the better response would have been just not responding, but couldn't help himself, because he's like, yeah, like, the zeal that Survivor mains have in that game, despite being basically unskilled portion of the game, generally unskilled portion of the game, is pretty insane. People just basically hold mouse one on a generator and they think they're loopers, and that's not the case at all. Like, they think the game just deserves to give them wins, and that's not how things work all the time. Yeah, like, they just want to be fed wins, and you point stuff out that's wrong. Like tonight, for instance, I had people correcting me tonight saying that Blast Mine puts a little thing on top of the generator. That's only survivors can see that. But because these guys only play Survivor, they don't fucking know. They don't know that it only shows up for Survivor, so then they kept trying to tell me to look for the little thing on top of the generator. Killers can't see that, by the way. And if you played a killer, you would realize that it doesn't exist. So we spent time looking for that, by the way, in the game. And I was like second-guessing myself, so I went to the wiki, and on the wiki it literally says, that killer can't see it. So I had like a half a dozen people that kept telling me how wrong I was just to look for it because I'm an unskilled killer, realizing that you can't see it as a killer. Like, they've played killer so little that they don't even understand you can't actually see it as a killer. So, like, I've had these people with like this zealous bias just trying to correct me on how wrong I am, while basically not understanding how the mechanic works at all because they've never played killer. And it's just like, it is like the culmination. It is like the culmination of basically survivors in the game. The survivor zeitgeist, the survivor mindset in that game. Like, let's take a look here. Twitter. Is this gonna go to mine? Yeah. Now, right here. Check this out. And by the way, this is another. I responded to. This is a big Survivor streamer as well. He plays killer, I believe, sometimes, but yeah. And Mike, this is a European killer streamer who responded to me, and then I responded to him, and then he went into memes, and I went into memes too because it's fucking pointless at that point. So he gave me the what meme, and then I gave him the what meme. Haha, surprise! Yeah, if you're not going to spend time making a reply to me, I'm not going to spend time making a reply to you, so fuck off. Yeah, I don't care if you're a content creator. It really doesn't matter to me. Anyways, this is a comment about people thinking that Eruption needs to be nerfed because 25 seconds of which you can't do anything is horrible. But they don't actually realize that you can do stuff. You can literally chase. You could be in a chase. Instead, you could go take a protection hit, or you could get in the way of the killer and actually do a chase. But no, they don't do that. They don't care. They don't care about the stuff that actually happens in the game. So incapacity mechanic should be removed from Dead by Day. It feels dreadful not being able to do anything. The game would be better without it. Now you know what it feels like being hit by a blast mine and survivors giggle you. You can't. Well, if you get hit by a blast mine, it's a stun. You can't move at all. And I like that your mindset blast mine makes it so killers are incapacitated, can't use their mouse 2 for 25 seconds. But then I go, yep, literally can't move, like acting like you can't take a protection hit with endurance effect. This is a big meme at the beginning of the anniversary update where survivors were pretending that they couldn't do anything with endurance effects when they can literally take a protection hit. Yeah. And then Here, I actually address and imagine actually modifying the way you play to fit a circumstance rather than pretending you can't do anything when you can't mouse 1. You can do other things other than mouse 1, which is like a chase. You can still vault, you can still drop pallets, you can literally chase fine while incapacitated. But, yeah, apparently he's too stupid to figure that out, so he gives me that, and I give him that, and then there's a fucking moron that replies to it. Anyways, and then here we go. I'm pretty sure there's a little flag on top of the gens when survivors use blastmine on, so yeah, you can actually use it. Only survivor installs a conceder that are survivors. It doesn't show up for killers. Someone tested it at some point. And then later, it's pretty amazing how good survivors are blindly in the blind. Look at all the self-assured replies I got to the same thing that's wrong, which is the trivia section in Dead by Daylight, which is where it says the killer can't see it. Killer cannot see it. Yeah. This is, by the way, this is one of the reasons that I really love the Dead by Daylight wiki. It's fucking fantastic. It is very well fleshed out. Whoever does the wiki deserves a raise at BHVR. That's saying a lot because there's a lot of people at BHVR that really don't deserve a raise at all. But the wiki guy is phenomenal at what he does. Yeah. It's visible to attentive survivors. The killer cannot see it. Literally right here. Okay, now let's see. Poor guy, just hearing this for the first time, I'm sure. Imagine him trying to deal with blast mine before the nerf. So this guy seems to think that there's actually a flag on top of the mine, so much so that he's jading me because apparently I didn't play prior to the blast mine nerfs, which I did play prior to the blast mine nerfs. Yeah. Yep. I did actually play. I played Dead by Daylight for 2 years. Yeah, surprise. But the guy was so... He was so self-assured. This is Dunning-Kruger, by the way, where they're so stupid they think they're smart. Yeah, so they don't even realize that it doesn't work because they don't play killer, so they don't realize it's there. Pretty sure this little flag bang. Look on top of the gen for flag bang. A flash bang. There's minimal progress. Do not kick it easy. There's not a flag on top of the gen for survivors. It's not there. Killers. I mentioned the other guy. Not ever see it. Not everything you do is one side is visible to others. Yep. Blast mine sucks nuts, waits a couple seconds, big fucking whoop, then I corrected him about what you can do in that 1 second. What kind of hook saves do they need a blast mine for if you're kicking a gen? You're out of position and they can save someone without getting penalized for doing so. Surprise. Also, they could wait like 4 seconds for you to finish kicking the gen and leave anyway. But I guess they could just sit there and do nothing, like the opening post is suggesting that you do nothing while you're incapacitated. Oh, yeah, by the way, as a survivor, you shouldn't do anything other than what you want your program to do, apparently, or want to do. Like, you shouldn't feel as though you should do other things, guys, as a survivor. Don't do other things as a survivor. Just do what you want, no matter what. That's how entitled and spoiled survivors are, where they feel they can do anything they want, whenever they want, without any regard to whatever is happening in the game. That is literally the spoiled and entitled mindset 101 right there, guys. Yeah, and I basically explained that to him. And the kind where you express pressure on the hook so you can't easily save without a trade or a pull, which could be even worse. Oh, just give me a free saves at the optimal time. Mr. Killer. Yeah, no shit. Weird because Blastmine actually has an indicator and it's active. This is when I actually looked at the trivia section, if you pay attention, which is untrue. So there's another guy thinking that it has a little flag on it. That's not true. That guy only plays Survivor. And then there's a guy that's actually agreeing with me. Once again, this is like, out of like the 10 replies I got here, this is one guy that actually understands what's going on in the game. Yeah, who agrees with me. And entitled Twitch streamer killer as it may be expected. Yeah, it's literally just flipping it, but nothing I described here is being spoiled and entitled. I literally told them that they should adjust their playstyle to what's happening around them. That's not being spoiled and entitled. Like, it doesn't even fit. You can't just say, like, you can't just like fling mud at someone and expect it to work because you want it to, right? Do I have a drone? No. I've used drones before. I don't know if I would. Drone racing, if that's what you're eventually going to get to. Drone racing looks kind of fun. It definitely could be what I'd consider a sport, especially an Olympic sport. There are some people that are very, very good at it, but it hasn't reached that point yet because it doesn't really have the same amount of fanfare as, like, ping pong, so. And while esports is more difficult to quantify, you could 100% make a sport out of drone flying, and it is a sport, but it's not like an official sport, right? It's not like physical sports or even like automotive sports. Drone racing is actually very cool, and I really hope it gets more limelight, and it is starting to pick up. But no, I don't own a drone, and I don't think I'd ever want to own a drone, mainly because I don't want to fly one around. I'd rather play video games. But to each their own. And in order for you to get good drones, you basically have to buy. You have to spend money. So, yep. Trivia section. Jading the guy that apparently thinks I'm a horrible person for actually, wanting to play the game in a smart way, because obviously all killer mains are supposed to be retarded guys, or are supposed to be stupid, excuse me. All killer mains are supposed to be stupid. Yeah. Yeah, they're just wrong. The killer cannot see it. Blah! I guess I edited the wiki or something. Mm-hmm. I guess I edited the wiki, guys. Good, good, good. That'll happen. That'll happen. I hope you guys are having a wonderful evening, though. Yeah, this is fun. This is basically Twitter engagement 101 on the DVD section, by the way. 9 out of 10 of the posts are sympathetic to survivor mains and do not put into context anything they say or do in the game. Yeah, because they don't. They just want everything their way and they want to get everything nerfed. That's the way it works. And then they basically don't want killers to actually be smart. Hence is the case with the Knight. The Knight is basically what you consider an affirmative action killer to survivors, meaning it is a killer designed to give survivors an easy time. No, it's not. Oh my god, the Knight's so unfun. If you actually understand the Knight's mechanics and how to manipulate them, he isn't bad. He's easy to... We went through it in our video about ways you can deal with the Knight, including pulling the banner. Yeah, but you'd have to read the wiki. There's a surprising number of people that have never read the Dead by Daylight wiki, and it really shows. It's a good tweet. It's a good tweet, by the way. That there are a surprising number of survivor mains that have never visited Dead by Daylight wiki. Probably one of the best, one of the best flushed out parts of the game. I praise at Dead by every game needs an annual. One has one. Good. Dead by... And then people still tweeted the wrong hashtag. Oh, you missed it, KSA. Literally talking about spoiling entitled survivors and going through. There was a bunch of people that were very vehemently trying to convince me on Twitter that, Flashbang puts a little flag on top of the mine, or on top of the generator, but it only does it for survivors. But they haven't played Killer, so they don't know. So they've never either looked for it as Killer, or they just don't play Killer at all. And there's a bunch of people on Twitter that are trying to convince me of it, and there's a bunch of people that were playing off the guys trying to convince me of it. Well, there's one person playing off the guys trying to convince me of it, despite the wiki literally telling them that you can't see it as a killer. The killer can't see it. Yeah. Yep, that's the usual. I said I was pretty sure because I wasn't 100% about something I heard in a YouTube video months ago. But go ahead and continue to be butthole over a 5-second stun that takes 45 seconds. So there's another guy that's trying to segue out of the fact. I guess that was here. Segue out of the fact that he was wrong. What's that? There you go. Like, trying to convince me that I'm wrong, then is proven wrong, and then apparently it's my fault for being wrong, and I should feel ashamed because I actually know how the game works. Yeah, okay, dude. They must have made a change at some point because the killers could see it at one point. They have never been able to see it. I've looked myself when I saw it on someone else, on a survivor's stream, and I checked the wiki just now because you guys were making me second guess myself when none of you knew. There is even a guy playing off this misinformation. Trying to bash me further for it. Jesus Christ. I'm not logged in on my main PC, obviously, on any social media, because I want to do that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure at one point it was in the game. No, you know how the Dead by Daylight wiki is fucking fantastic because it literally records all the changes in the game. Yeah, including the small ones. The Dead by Daylight wiki guy is phenomenal. Whoever does this wiki is fantastic at what they do. Almost everything is recorded on the wiki. Occasionally you'll find something that's not, but it's always been this way. These guys just always played Survivor, and it shows. Is there even a guy retweeting this shit too? Oh no, that's mine. See, this guy was trying to drag me through the mud for not knowing, despite the fact that he's perpetuating misinformation. He thinks he's right. He knows so little. He's trusting the guy above him to be right, and therefore, just based on the amount of comments I got here, trying to further drag me through the mud while being absolutely wrong. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy shit, guys. This is the blind leading the blind. This is Dead by Daylight. Where's that other comment I just replied to? Here. They must have made the change at some point because killers could see it at one point. No, they've never been able to see it. I've looked myself on a silent Survivor stream. I checked the wiki just now because you guys are making me second guess myself when none of you knew. There's even a guy playing off misinformation trying to bash me further for it. Yeah, these guys are full of shit, and they really need some level of humility. This is the spoiled and entitled Dead by Daylight community, by the way. They can say what they want. They try to turn that around about killers all the time, but when you have people playing off misinformation to further drag a killer through the mud, there's something fucking wrong with the community, and they really need to be checked on it. And even when they're wrong, they won't admit they're wrong. They're just, oh, it must have been stealth changed at one point. All right, okay, it was stealth changed. It wasn't. I still remember seeing it on a Survivor stream. I was like, did I just miss it? This was months ago, or a year ago? It was a year ago. This is a long time ago. Like, I actually remember this at this point, where I literally saw it on someone's stream and then checked for myself. It doesn't exist there, and on the wiki it says it doesn't even exist there, because it doesn't. It's only for survivors. It's never showed up for killers. These guys are just full of shit, and now they're trying to pretend that they were right at one point by making shit up. Oh, it must have been this way. This guy literally just doesn't play killer, and he's never seen it because he doesn't play killer. It's just not there because he plays survivor all the time. Yeah. It's just not there. Oh, geez, guys. Which is one other reason I kind of want to go back. I think we're definitely going to go back to Dead by Daylight at some point here, guys, because there is a rather unique community in Dead by Daylight in which there is, like, it's not often where you get a video game where you are playing a side that constantly is gaslit, and just like the other side will just try to tell you you're wrong when you're right constantly. When you're winning, you're losing. It doesn't even matter. Like, and it's the only game where playing meta is bad. You can't play meta. You can't do things that help you win in Dead by Daylight if you're a killer. You can as a survivor, you can as a killer, which is fucking hilarious. So, and I'm kind of curious whether or not the anti-stream snipe protection is working now. We'll see. Yeah. RDNA 3 copium. Okay. By the way, both Hardware Unboxed and Gamers Nexus have made pretty strong claims that the 4000 series was terrible. Yeah, not the 4000 series. The 7000 series is terrible, which is why there's copium now. And I can't tell if they're turning into a troll. They're turning into troll media or what's going on here, because they're so wrong that like they're just trying to pretend that the other side's wrong. This is like politics shit. This is where they're no longer actually being a reputable source, and they're just trying to look good, to save face. And this is really, like, I think if you're anything that tries to represent scientific methodology, like a scientific community, you don't do shit like this. This is starting to be troll-like behavior. We might take a look at this just to see what the response is here about RDNA 3. New Tom Scott video. Oh, my coffee's up, guys. Coffee's up, guys. Here, back. Let's take a look at what Steve has to say here. But I don't understand, guys. The Dead by Daylight, like the survivor community for Dead by Daylight is just on another level. Even today, like we're True Talent finally figured out how to defend himself against people by using tactics and strategy. Holy shit. Imagine actually using military tactics to your advantage. Weird, huh? Instead of just mindlessly having races with survivors. Because you think the game is literally a racing game. They originally tried to make it, yeah, they tried to make it out that it was, their price performance was bad. The XT is meh. But even then, it's still better than the 4000 series. So, I don't know what their angle is here, and I think we're gonna make a comment on this, especially on the Reddits. I think we're gonna make a comment because it's probably on the Reddits here.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Hardware News Recap of the Week. In this one, we talk about AMD RDNA 3 drivers, copium, and
I'm curious what the copium
behavior.
bit is.
We'll also be going over Intel Arc and
I'm not really interested in any of the other news though.
Non-X CPUs in the 7000 series to set a lower price floor for the AMD AM5 CPUs fast. Now, next one, RDNA 3 copium. Some driver wishes and some bugs in scare quotes there. After we posted our 7900 XTX and 7900 XT reviews in Taiwan, differently from what we usually do, we basically immediately moved away from the GPUs and back to what we were doing. We were overseas, so we went back to factory.
Which is fucking weird. I don't know why they would do this in the middle of a product launch.
We didn't monitor the situation for the GPU.
They literally could do this at any time, I guess, if they just set this up differently. So their scheduling really sucks. I don't know who's doing that there. There's there's literally 2 years between hardware release cycles, and you have plenty of time to make shit content. So, I mean, I want to see manufacturing processes too, but don't do it during a fucking launch event. Why would you ever do this? Like, manage your time better. This is not an excuse. You're just being dumb.
GPUs this time, which means that it was almost therapeutic. I was insulated from all of the rumors that typically swirl the internet toilet after a GPU launch when people talk about how could it be better or why was it so terrible. So apparently in that time, unbeknownst to us, millions of voices cried out about GPU performance and then were suddenly silenced. A tweet claimed that AMD's shader prefetch function was dysfunctional and defective in that early samples of the 700 XTX. And
it's not the same as marketing, but it's faster than a 4000 series by far. Well, not by far, but like 10 to 15, 4080 by like 10 to 15%. And on top of that, it's $200 cheaper. So what, you're going to cry about marketing, or are you going to go based on realistic expectations of what you actually have? I don't know, guys. I don't know. Maybe we look at hardware benchmarks, because at the same time, that's what we actually look at for purchasing decisions. That's why we do benchmarking, right? Or why we look at benchmarking results, and why they do benchmarking is because we don't trust the claims on the box. And pretending that a hardware is the claims on the box, and if it's a binary excuse, if it's not the claims on the box, therefore it sucks, is a completely asinine look at the world isn't white and black, right? So maybe trolling here at this point, but if you are a major hardware news media outlet and you try to troll people like, haha, like this is clickbait shit, then I mean you're gonna start losing credibility here, because I'm not visiting your videos because I want Linus Tech Tips level information. That's not why I'm here, or bias. That's not why I'm here. Although they're actually, I think, Gamers Nexus is owned by Linus, by the way.
Were lower quality silicon and also would improve potentially with driver updates in a non-standard way, not the typical improvements you would get from a driver. It suggests that performance would get better in later silicon revisions as well. And following up on that, Tom's Hardware spoke to AMD, which is exactly what they're supposed to do when there's some kind of major negative discussion point like this, and asked AMD, hey, is this thing that Twitter said true? And AMD said, no, it's not true. The code's working as intended and as designed. As for the driver, so just that bug is like a thing you don't need to think about anymore. As for the driver copium, that's one that we did notice in the comments. So we noticed that some people expect AMD driver performance will improve significantly with the 7900 XTX, 7900 XT. I think a lot of this probably comes down to marketing, where AMD wasn't as clear as they should have been about the...
I wouldn't put my bet on significantly. However, AMD does improve performance on their old. This isn't just knee-jerk response. They do improve performance on their older hardware over time. There's actually videos on this, because they actually improve their drivers where NVIDIA kind of either plateaus and they maintain status quo, or it will slowly decline over time. Not necessarily because they're trying to out the old stuff, just because they don't care. Whereas AMD will try to make everything better across the board, and any sort of major changes, they'll try to retroactively backpedal, or I guess not backlog, but basically they try to go back through all their older hardware and see if they can apply it to their older hardware too, if it's a change like FSR, and not just something that's locked to their new hardware, right? Yeah, where NVIDIA is like, no, you have to have the newest, latest, and greatest to make stuff work. That's not copium. That's actually stuff that AMD does. And there are notable cases with some of the games like Hardware Unboxed, which is one of the reasons we start leading more towards Hardware Unboxed, is because they actually do relatively good job of testing benchmarks, whereas Gamers Nexus is generally, I think they had 6 games in the latest one, but they usually test 5 games, and that's not nearly good enough to get a broad swath on what's happening in a piece of hardware. You don't, especially when they're synthetic benchmarks, and then half their video is about thermals and fan noise, and you're like, okay, yeah, you probably could do something differently here. And it used to be different. I'm pretty, maybe I'm misremembering things, but I'm pretty sure they used to have more games, and they don't, because it takes time to do that. That's the time-intensive part.
The performance
and not really fun.
Of these GPUs.
And if you can automate it with scripts, so, and they should be able to hire someone that can script if they don't have it.
Exceed a 4090. That was never really going to be the case. That is not reasonable to expect. And probably AMD should have set the stage a little clearer there for that.
So
we tried to
this
do
is
it
a level-headed
back when they announced the cards, and we got yelled at. So some more.
This is more level-headed approach.
More honest marketing would be good, and would do AMD a lot of favors here to make sure the community doesn't build these parts up to this expectation that is purely unachievable. Because
but yeah, no, 7000 series is hands down. It's better, much better price performance-wise than the 4000 series right now.
But what happened?
That might change.
And it actually just performs.
Well, 7900 XTX is basically the best bang for your buck you can buy right now.
So
unless
XTX,
you're buying used,
we thought
that changes
reasonably it was not that bad of a performer, but I guess if you were expecting it to outperform a 4090, then you would never be satisfied anyway.
But it does outperform the 4090 at some points.
Don't expect the drivers to improve to a point where it's going to gain like 30+% in gaming performance across the board or something. That is ridiculous. It's not realistic.
Sure.
And to think that a driver update is going to suddenly turn a $1,000 card.
But across the board isn't in particular games where they might be having problems right now. And that's the big deal, is where there might be problems. And he's not specifying that. He's like, yeah, 30 to 40% uplift across the board. Also, like, this is kind of like, well, AMD marketing isn't completely upright and truthful with things. Gamers Nexus is starting to run into that territory too, where they're kind of stretching stuff to make themselves seem more right in certain regards, just to be the definitive source, right? And at the same time, I don't know if this is an ego thing or just like a political move. Like I mentioned before, a political move to make themselves kind of look like a better source of information. But I also don't agree with that, because there are cases where, like if you look at Hardware Unboxed, where it doesn't perform. And maybe, let's see, maybe he stipulates this. Maybe I'm jumping ahead, guys. Let's see.
Into something that competes with a $1,600 card, it's just not in reality. So a little bit of an expectation check there. The XT maybe will improve to more
it's already cut down.
Equal the 4080 or something, but that's kind of the most you're going to get out of these.
So he's not stipulating. He just said it will not improve 30 to 40% across the board, but he didn't say it won't improve 30 to 40% in certain games where it's having problems right now, which is what drops down your average, right? And putting aside Hardware Unboxed, tested this is one of the problems when I say it's 10 to 15% faster across the board than a 4080, is because they tested two ray traced games in with the rasterization performance. Rasterization is normal benchmarks, non-ray tracing, right? They tested two rasterization benchmarks with the ray trace results because the preset defaulted to on. And I don't buy that. I think that's bullshit. And I would argue that to the ground, regardless of the preset being on, people are smart enough now to turn ray tracing off. That's the first thing. You now have three big bottlenecks in your computer. Normally you have two, which is your GPU and your CPU. But now you also have the ray trace engine. So what your ray tracing performance is will bottleneck these two. Unless you have a really shit CPU, your ray tracing performance will almost always be the bottleneck in your game. So much so when I was playing World of Warcraft, guys, when I had ray tracing on, I turned my render scale up to 200% because it's not affected by ray trace performance, by the way. I turned my render scale up to 200%. So I was rendering at 4K, and it still didn't drop my FPS at all because my FPS was being limited by my ray trace performance because I have 2080. It's being limited by my ray trace performance. So like the amount of pixels that it can shit out through the ray trace engine really matters. That's the one that really matters, which is why it's the first thing people turn off, because it really doesn't make much of a difference, right? In terms of graphical fidelity, ray tracing is nice, but it's not like that, especially with good games, with good lighting. It doesn't make that much of a difference. It's subtle, and it does help for atmospheric games, but if you want any more FPS, it's the first thing you turn off rather than the other options, unless you fucking hate something. I hate, for instance, post-processing, HDR effects, haze, fog, blurriness. Blurring's the big one. I fucking hate blurring so much. Depth of field. I turn that shit off, but putting that aside, it's the first thing you turn off is ray trace performance. And they didn't even do that. They left ray tracing on in F1 2022 and Forza, and Forza, the two racing games. And it tanked performance a lot. Then you fast forward to the ray trace section of the benchmarks, and you look at how well it performs. The 7900 XTX was outperforming the 4090 in F1 2022 when they turned off ray tracing, if I recall right. Yeah, that's a big deal. That's a big fucking deal, and that would completely change the benchmark numbers at the end. That's a huge deal, and I don't know if they thought that it was a good idea to leave it on because the preset had it on, but it wasn't a good idea in my opinion, and I will argue that to the ground. You can say, oh, the preset was on. We should adhere to the presets, right? No, I think they 100% should have turned off ray tracing in those benchmark results or moved it to a separate section and don't test the game at all. The other option there is just not testing the game in rasterization performance numbers because it's not rasterization. So it's ray tracing performance, and it's unfair to compare the two because ray tracing is a niche thing, and it's still a niche thing, and I don't think that's ever going to change because it needs very particular hardware to do it. It's not just because NVIDIA has better versions of it or AMD's catching up or Intel kind of has their own shitty implementation, but rather because it is something that is the first thing that you turn off as a gamer, and it will be the first thing that you turn off as a gamer because it's easy performance to uplift that. It's just you watch a Twitch stream and someone's playing a new game, the first thing they suggest is, did you turn off ray tracing? Because it really tanks performance depending on what you're playing and depending on which card you have. It'll really hurt your performance. Yeah, so depth of field, blur, yeah. And there is, I will make a case, there is hazing when it comes to heat is good. I think that is meaningful. So if you ever see something that's really hot, it will distort the air around it, right? I think that makes sense. I love that. However, a lot of hazing is used for really stupid shit. Like it's almost like you're on the desert, and the depth of field is so bad. Whenever you look towards the sun, like in Overwatch right now, your fucking screen just gets kind of hazy and blurry. Dude, depth of field or post-processing, as it's called, is horrible. I fucking hate post-processing so much. It is bad. I fucking hate it. I've hated it ever since Call of Duty. Like, it became big because post-processing is generally not that intensive, compute intensive, especially when you're blurring stuff. Yeah. So in the 2000s, they went through a phase where they caked post-processing on everything because consoles were very underpowered and they couldn't support advanced computation effects. So they did post-processing, especially blurring, and it was horrible. That's when depth of field came around because, you know, like when you depth of field is supposed to replicate your eyeball looking at a certain spot and then everything becoming blurry around it. But it doesn't make sense in terms of a video game because when you look at one spot, everything gets blurry around it. Your eyeball does this in real life. You do not need a game to tell you that you can't see something when in fact you can. And I mean, you could make a case in point about balancing aspects, maybe if it's used for balancing, like on a scope, right? But in general, I disagree entirely. I fucking hate depth of field so much. It makes no sense to me. Blurring doesn't make sense to me either, where you spin your mouse real fast and the whole screen gets blurry and it's nothing to do with your response time, your refresh rate, or your FPS. Yeah, I fucking hate that.
So just one other note here, kind of heart to heart at a consumer level of how to deal with these major silicon launches. We don't review the future. And if we did, we wouldn't be reviewing GPUs. I'd probably be reviewing like stock prices and lottery numbers. But we don't review the future. And in the same way we don't review the future and the possibility that drivers might improve something, you shouldn't be buying the future or the possibility that the drivers will get better. We said the same thing.
Nope. However, you should look at trends from the past to make intelligent decisions on what to buy in the future. So he's saying, oh, no, buy in the absolute version of reality, but in fact, you should look at the past and see what has changed in the past to make educated decisions on what happens in the future. Like, for instance, if you're buying a CPU and you don't want to become CPU bottlenecked in the future, you probably shouldn't buy a 4-core CPU like a couple of years ago, but they were still pushing 4-core CPUs a couple of years ago, and then 6-core CPUs a couple of years ago. More recent than that, they still push 6-core CPUs because at the current moment, games aren't always fully utilizing, more than 4 cores, so you shouldn't buy more than 4 cores or 6 cores, right? And in past, you can actually look at performance increases and generational leaps and when software is improving to make educated decisions based on what's happening in the future. So pretending that the future does not matter, I think is completely irrelevant. Making completely random claims, however, I also think is completely irrelevant. So I disagree with his take here, which is you should just base it purely on what you see today in terms of performance, when in fact you can look and see today's performance and yesterday's, past, present, and future, and the past performance increases to look at what you might be capable of in the future. And I'm not talking like, oh, it's going to increase 500% or something in video games, just like a random claim like that or something. But you can look at what they've performed at in the past and has improved, which he does this for a living. Look at what's improved at in the past and see how much generational improvements have been made. Like how much the drivers have improved for other hardware over the last couple of years. Like let's say the 5700 XT has been out, as the 6700 has been out, and then look and see what you can apply to future, right? And not make a specific claim on that. Obviously, you'd separate it from current results, but you could also make predictive claims and actually, be somewhat right about them too, because you're basing it off past trends, right?
With the Intel Arc reviews, where it was like these drivers at the time we reviewed the cards, they were utterly trash, and we basically said you shouldn't buy these with the expectation that one day it's going to suddenly be ultra competitive.
Intel doesn't have any prior results to that, though. They have their desktop lineup, which I would say is almost not applicable. AMD has been making graphics cards for years, right? They've been making it for a long time. Prior to that, what was it? ATI, right? Even prior to that, you have years worth of data that you can parse, and Intel doesn't have any of that. So another kind of inconclusive comparison here, or false comparison.
You should only buy it if you just want something interesting and new to play around with, and that was kind of the start and the end of it. And we have a story about Intel's DX9 driver update, by the way, so they actually delivered. That's where we can start talking about it. But for AMD's XTX and XT, just keep the expectations in check there, because
once again, they said not 30 to 40% across the board,
up next,
but rather didn't address singular games. Okay. Not really interested in the rest of this. Most of this is just random news updates, snippets. I was kind of curious on what's going on here. Yeah, so partially trying to save face on what's going on with AMD, but also I think Hardware Unboxed is taking a little bit more. They pumped the brakes a little bit on their conviction against AMD, at least with the update from Chris, I believe it was. But that remains to be seen, and I don't keep up with their QAs. I'm not going to watch their podcast. But we'll see basically on their next review on how they're addressing the issue. Once again, these are the guys that tested with ray tracing on and 2 of their benchmarks. That considering they have 15 benchmarks or 10 benchmarks, 8 benchmarks. No, not 8. It's like 12 benchmarks, I think. They have quite a few, which is one of the reasons, once again, we lean more towards Hardware Unboxed now. Whereas Gamers Nexus tests 5, sometimes 6 games. And you're like, yeah, no, there's, the gaming industry is a little bit bigger than 6 games, especially with synthetic benchmarks. So, losing a little bit of credibility, though, in my opinion. What do we have? We'll take a look at Stranger Parts. This is, Tom? I think this is Tom. Let's see if Tom. I don't know. They all have the same names. I don't know why. I'll take a look at that. Fancy hairdo. He gelled that shit up. Good for him. SBF is going. So, we're occasionally talking about FTX here, guys, with what's going on with the FTX thing. Sam something Friedemann, something Big Friedemann, whatever. This guy that owned FTX, he willingly, against the advice from his lawyers, what is it called? Where he basically willingly gave himself up from the Bahamas to the U.S. jurisdiction. Yeah, you can't make this shit up, because for some strange reason, he thought he should come back to the U.S., and yeah, I think he's going to jail for life. I don't know why you'd ever do that at that point in your life. If you're making informed decisions, I guess to make amends, you can't make amends for the billions of dollars you lost at that point. You just lose everyone's life savings, and you're just going to go to jail. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, good luck. You should have actually tried to get people's money back instead of I'm going to jail to pay for penance. And his girlfriend's going to jail too, which is the other guy. He's just giving billions of dollars to his girlfriend to just invest, and she just constantly loses it. Yeah. So this guy's coming to the U.S., and he's going to jail for a long time. I don't know why he'd ever come back to the U.S., because he's basically never getting out. And that's a life decision, right? And, if you're putting aside he did a bunch of wrong things, right? If you're a smart person, I don't know why you'd ever come back to the U.S., but he did, and now he's going to jail, so. And it's not going to make any of the people happier that he lost their money, so. He's basically, no one's going to be happy that he went to jail, and he's going to go to jail anyways, so nothing really came of it. Good evening, Ring. Switzerland has 300,000 bunkers. That's interesting. I'd be curious about this. We don't have enough time to take a look at that, though. See, he's making like weird videos like this, but 5 days ago, and then just didn't give a shit about the 7000 series launch. Like, I swear to God, he's just trying to copy Linus. Like, just doing weird hardware reviews or something. I don't give a shit about this. I don't think most people watch his content for this, but maybe they do now. Just like Linus, people are watching for their just weird-ass reviews and stuff that doesn't matter. Prefab? This is the guy that has a robotic voice that talks in the background? Yeah. I'm trying to make a channel off calling people out. Ooh, hotspot issues. Let's take a look at Debauer. Debauer's pretty good. Haven't watched Debauer in a while.
Hi and welcome back to a new video today. Also, finally, a video about the 7900 XTX. A lot of you were asking why I did not have a video for review for launch. It's pretty simple. I didn't have a card, didn't get a card from AMD, which I'm not going to complain about. It's their decision whom they're sending cards to. Like all
that
the
sucks.
German
If you're a hardware
YouTubers,
reviewer
like
and you have to buy one with
others
your money,
didn't get cards
and you
from
don't have a lot of
AMD,
money,
so it's not like
that's
we
tough.
didn't want to do some videos, but it's more like AMD didn't want us to do videos, so they didn't provide samples to us, which, I mean, I have enough video content, I don't really care, but that's just the explanation why I did not have
Says
content
that, but
about
I'm
these
sure it
cards
hurts.
yet.
That's a pride thing.
And then when I
Ego
did
thing.
the same kind of statement on Instagram that I don't have a card, somebody informed me that he actually bought 2 of them because he first purchased one and he wasn't sure if he was getting that specific card from the shop. Then he ordered a second one in a different shop and he received both of them. And then he told me that I can just buy the second card off him, which I did. And before he sent my card to me, he was testing his card and he had a huge temperature delta between the GPU temperature and the GPU hotspot temperature, about 40 to 50 Kelvin difference.
They have to have a
And
problem
his
with
card
their
was
heat
throttling
sinks.
GPU clockwise under load. So he asked if he could double check with my card, and the card I was intended to get was fine. So he kept my card and he sent his card that was having some like temperature issues.
I mean,
and that was
this is content for Debauer, so I mean, he's probably not going to complain about this because this allows him to actually debug what's wrong with the cards, which is making content, right?
like over a week ago, and honestly, I did not really care about this too much. But then 3 or 4 days ago, I saw news on Hardware that they had this issue, or they saw this issue on multiple review pages or multiple people who got
right now.
the AMD reference card, that some of these just have a huge temperature delta.
It must not be lapped
between
properly,
the
which
GPU
is how
temperature
flat
and
it
the
is.
GPU hotspot temperature. Unfortunately, the guy I bought this card off opened this up, which is probably something I would also do, because if you have a huge temperature delta, the first thing you would think of is probably like bad thermal paste application or some issue with the cooler, like
Someone
mounting
that said that
pressure
they fixed it
contact.
by
Luckily,
repasting it.
he sent a picture to me, which I'm just going to show you right here. And this looked fine to me though. Like, I did not see any kind of weird thermal paste spreading or
Same
like
as the one
mounting
on Reddit.
pressure distribution. It looked pretty decent in the center. So yeah, I'm not quite sure what the issue was here. Then he assembled the card again with a new thermal paste applied. That's exactly the state where we have the card on the table right now. So the topic for today's video will be, does this card have some kind of weird temperature delta between GPU and GPU hotspot? And is there anything we can do about it? Like maybe different mounting pressure, maybe
Lapping.
just a different thermal paste application.
He has like access
We will
to
try
a
to
CNC
investigate
machine,
this
so he can do a lot of things.
Removed all of the screws. So we're just going to open this up.
It's probably mounting pressure or something like that.
When he disassembled the card, he also cleaned it and applied a new paste, which is Cryonaut. And yeah, I mean, to be honest, this looks pretty decent.
I've tried testing it first
mounting
before opening
pressure-wise and like contact-wise. Also, the amount of paste that's pretty spot on.
Notice how
Like, it's
this is almost like a gel. If you look at these thermal pads, I thought this was originally a paste, but I don't think this is a paste.
very good application. Could be a tiny bit more thermal paste, but apart from that,
Thermal paste should
looks
actually be
very
the
good to
smallest
me, very
amount
good
possible.
contact. And in this state,
with maintaining
he told
coverage.
me that he had exactly the same issues again, like 40 to 50 degrees Celsius delta between GPU and GPU hotspot.
It's either mounting pressure
and
or
his
lapping.
theory was that maybe the vapor chamber could be broken, which is in theory possible. I think it's unlikely, but it's possible. And in this state, like the thermal transport from this area right here to the rest of the heatsink would be bad. So that could be one thing, but I think for now, just going to remove his thermal paste and apply a new one. Cleaned GPU area and also the
Could be there's
area.
a weird problem with the
And
chiplets where they aren't
ground
completely...
the GPU in paste a bit more. Usually it doesn't hurt. The mounting pressure is usually high enough to just squeeze it out to the side. And for the first quick test, I just have the GPU backplate mounted, like this spring right here, to only.
No, that's what he just said. The vapor chamber might be bad.
Center.
There's a vapor chamber with heat sinks on top of it, which helps spread out the heat.
Or like if your backplate was bent,
so
it could influence
potentially the vapor chamber could be bad. If the vapor chamber is bad, the whole card wouldn't perform well.
The thermal paste, or like if the GPU contact area, if all of this is fine, or if we can see any kind of problems. Honestly, I'm a bit confused. So there doesn't seem to be an issue to me. I just did a quick firmware test. It's been running for, I don't know,
maybe it didn't have enough thermal paste to fill in the gap.
It seems like the temperature is getting pretty stable. GPU temperature like 65.
Once again, he should have tested it before pulling the heatsink, and he didn't test it. Oh, DeBauer, why would... Oh, jeez. And probably right now regretting it. So he had an option right here, and this is that maybe there wasn't enough thermal paste on it, and there might be, the heatsink might be unlevel, because thermal paste is made to fill in the gaps. It's not very good if you like have a gap like this and fill it in. You know, it's not going to be good at transferring heat, but it's made to fill in all the little gaps, and it could be that you need to have a thicker layer of thermal paste on it to fill it in. And he can't check it now because he already removed the problem. So you'd have to basically put on a super thin coating, which we'll leave in the comments, super thin coating of thermal paste to try and duplicate this. But he basically fucked it up because he should have tested it first when he got it to make sure that the claims are right. To make sure that he is able to test the same thing that guy is able to test and figure out the condition that it is when he got it. And then repaste it, right? And he didn't do that.
Spot maybe like 81, 82, but that's... The delta, it's not even 20 Kelvin, so
that's unfortunate. He missed. He had an option there, and he could still possibly do it, but it might not. The other option is to ship it back to the guy to make sure he reapplies the paste the same way, and then see if it does it again.
Yeah, maybe I will just plug the ASRock card for a quick comparison, and then also do some 3D mark testing. Now installed the ASRock card, different PCB, different cooler, so it should be a quite nice comparison. We'll run it for about 5 minutes in firmware, and we will check. There are some differences with the ASRock card, but it's not that different. You can see the GPU clock is slightly higher.
I wonder if having a thick layer of thermal paste helps. The guy on Reddit also put a really thick layer, like he caked that shit on like a cake. So it makes me wonder if too thin of a layer is actually hurting performance here.
19 to 20 Kelvin. Also this I would consider normal.
Yeah.
Board power draw is slightly higher than the other card. Also, voltage is slightly higher by maybe like 40 to 50 millivolt, but apart from that, this also looks totally okay. We can already draw some conclusions of this, because honestly, if the cooler did have any kind of real problems, like the vapor chamber to be defective, then the card would not be able to dissipate constantly 360 watt.
Vapor chamber is like the whole thing,
is definitely able to. So the
if it leaks, it's just going to affect everything.
Surface area seems to be fine as well, like the flatness maybe, because otherwise we would not see these kind of temperatures.
Gamers Nexus could actually test this because they have hardware to test it, which is like a
or like this phase change material application,
and flatness tester. I don't know what to call it, pressure tester.
The original installation, because that's the problematic thing about this. We did not have the original condition because he already swapped the paste once, so we did not see the original state, which is a bit of a pity.
But he didn't see the state that it was in when he shipped it either. Either he didn't say it in the video, which he said the guy sent it, it still had the PROM, and he sent it to him anyways, right? So at the beginning he said that he sent it with the PROM, and then he couldn't test it, so he kind of messed up. I don't know if maybe he didn't figure out that he messed up, but he definitely messed up.
But we know that the card had these issues originally. So yeah, I will do some 3D mark testing with these to also get some performance numbers for comparison, to just like exclude any kind of like downclocking behaviors or anything like that. And then mount the screws to the card, to the PCB, see if this like warps the PCB in any weird shape, and this could maybe influence something. And then the last step would be testing with the backplate. But so far, I mean, this looks okay to me. In terms of extreme, I'm not quite sure if my graphics score is a little bit low. It seems like that, but apart from that, just looking at the GT1 and GT2 tests, the clock is between 2500 and 2600 megahertz. That seems to be normal. GPU temperature at the end, 61, 62, hotspot 86, 87. So that's like 25 Kelvin delta, which I think should be normal. Board power draw 390 and voltage 0.94. With the AMD card, we seem to be in the region what I expected. Not sure what just happened to the other run. Anyway, checking this card, it's clocking a bit lower, like 100 or 200 megahertz lower, which is expected because it's also rated at a lower clock. But apart from that, I mean, look at the delta. It's like 67 to like 81. That's perfect. That's not even 15 Kelvin. That is a very nice delta between GPU and hotspot. Board power draw is slightly lower, also as expected. Voltage slightly lower, also as expected, but it looks normal to me. In the next step, I'm going to add back all the other screws to tighten down the PCB itself and see if this results in any changes. Test passed again, 14,400. Clock looks fine. We are at 65 degrees Celsius at the end and hotspot 81. So that's like 15, 16 Kelvin difference. I reran the same test again, this time with the backplate mounted, and as expected, it's the same thing. It's like 15 or 16 Kelvin difference between the GPU and GPU hotspot temperature. This kind of also eliminates all kind of theories with like a broken cooler, broken vapor chamber, like uneven surface. Everything is kind of like not relevant anymore because it just looks fine. If you maybe have one of the affected cards, then maybe let us know, because testing from the start would be essential, like testing a card that has not been opened yet, because that's not the condition we had right here. But it's also good news because we know from the original owner that he had issues. His card was downclocking, he hit 110 degrees Celsius on the hotspot, which is not the thing anymore. And this means that if you would experience the same kind of issue, then you could probably fix it by just remounting the cooler, mount it with any kind of different thermal paste with proper mounting pressure, and you should be good. At least that's my assumption from now. Maybe it's just an issue with insufficient mounting pressure, maybe just bad mounting. I'm not quite sure in what order they are mounting the screws, so it could be also related to if you just mount the spring first or if you mount the outer screws first. But the way I usually do it, I just mount the GPU first and then the outer screws, and that seems to be resulting in great temperatures. So if you have any kind of issues, then maybe just try the same thing. Mount the spring first, mount the outer screws, then mount the backplate and see if this helps to improve your problem. But seems to be a fixable thing, so probably this time not so much drama around these cards. Thanks for tuning in, see you next time, bye bye.
Yeah, the vertical alignment, no, alignment isn't changing this. It has nothing to do with fucking, these guys are like testing snake oil and thinking it's making a difference when he didn't test the card when he got it. We'll see what he says today. Maybe he tested it and didn't say anything, but I'm pretty sure at the beginning here he didn't test it. He said that when the guy repasted it, he sent, assuming, I'm pretty sure I heard that right. When the guy repasted it, it was still having problems, and he sent it to him, and he pulled it off, and then repasted it himself. But he didn't test it before he pulled it off, which is what he should have done, to see if he can replicate the problem. That's unfortunate. All right. Let's do an upload, guys, and get into the Reddit so we can do some keys here. And hopefully get maybe some loot. Last 2 days, guys, of World of Warcraft, just as an FYI. 25th. So tomorrow will be our last day, or later tonight will be our last day of World of Warcraft. Overwatch Reddits. Oh, we got some lovely mail. Let's see. I'm disappointed this got downvoted at the bottom. This is funny. I hit F11, open the debug console. Being sex positive, being a bit lewd. Need someone who has a certified vagina to tell. Is this actually the person that made the person that actually made it? Guessing a bit lewd is frowned upon here because I'm male. I need someone who has a certified vagina to tell me it's funny and vet the comment. Please and thanks. How much was this downvoted? Let's see. Negative 11 points. Huh? I'm female. This is probably gonna get deleted. That's okay. Because it's actually funny. That's the world we live in, guys. You can't be lewd as a guy, but you can be lewd as a woman. That's the way we work. That's the way things work. Unless a woman gives you permission to be lewd, in which case it's alright. Christ. It was a comment about her butt and how they intentionally positioned the camera so you couldn't talk about her butt. Which, honestly, it looks like she has a good butt. So... Such cool visual element needlessly removed. The borders and such, yep. Because UI design is literally all about remaking the wheel. UI design is all about job security. Make something look good. Place and better. You just aren't working. Bad place we live in, and have the abomination. Microsoft ribbon. Yep, because their UI design was better in Overwatch 1, but now they have to actually, they have to make a new UI because they're still UI designers working at Blizzard, so they have to justify their time somehow, which means just making something that's different, not necessarily better. Did I buy a 7900 XTX or anything else for that matter directly from AMD? Okay. Just people talking about Junction, whatever. Fans blowing on it, doesn't change thermals. comment on that one. How old was that? 9 hours ago. We can still comment on that. What I noticed on Reddit and from DeBauer's video, the people who fix the junction temperature really caked thermal grease. While it looks like you have an appropriate amount on it, this is the plate isn't perfectly that, and you need a more Bowers. I'm not spelling his name right. Bowers video for how much he applied. Lot more than stock or what you did. Other guy on Reddit that fixed it really. Buy a video. Don't do it, guys. Don't buy a video card. Don't do it, guys. Where's the power? I have to dig out the video. Don't buy the video card. Tighten the first screws first. Make sure you click your hands. All people who are coming up with silly theories about this are pretty crazy. You considered sacrificing a cheetah and spraying it with cheetah blood? Heard that helps. Also, the people who are coming up with silly theories about this are pretty crazy. Have you considered sacrificing a cheetah and spraying it with cheetah blood? I heard that helps. Base layer is too thick, IMO. This isn't too thick. This is definitely not too thick. If you look at the guy on Reddit that fixed this, yeah, he had caked it like a cake in it, and it will literally just spush out. That's not too much. That is the perfect amount of thermal paste, in my opinion. If you put too much on, no. What orientation you tested in? Jesus Christ. The orientation of your GPU does not fucking matter. That would maybe affect the fan speed because the fan bearings aren't made to work at a certain angle. So maybe they'll spin slower if you mount it like upside down as compared to sideways because of gravity and its effect on a bearing, which would cause the fans to spin slower, and that's such it wouldn't cool as well, but that's a completely different thing, and it would not affect that. GN teardown video seriously has no pressure applied. Can 4 plastic washers deal with it? People talking about torquing the screws in the right order or something. This might work, by the way. I don't know why he made his comment like this. Yeah. It has nothing to do with tightening the 4 screws around the GPU first. From what I noticed on Reddit and DeBauer's video, the people who fixed junction temperature really caked on thermal grease. Well, it looks like you have an appropriate amount on it. From me, my guess is the cooling plate isn't perfectly flat and you need a more generous amount to fill in the gaps. Check DeBauer's video for how much he applied, which fixed the issue. It's a lot more than stock or what you did. The other guy on Reddit fixed it, really caked it on. Also, people are coming up with silly theories about this are pretty crazy. Have you considered sacrificing cheating and spraying cheat blood? I heard that helps. It's really a shame that like Reddit and Twitter is just literally just based on what trends. Because I think I'm pretty fucking fantastic. Even the people that found my comment thought that one guy who found my comment buried at the bottom of that Reddit article or the Overwatch page thought my comment was fucking hilarious, but it was buried under -12 in downvotes, which is probably right at the bottom, even though it wasn't super offensive. There's just enough people downvoting you because they're literally princesses and. Yeah, like, oh my god, he talked about her butt, oh no, and it wasn't super sexual either. Oh no, he made a reference to Tracer's butt, which is a meme. Oh, shame on him. Jesus Christ. Like I said, it's really a shame. This is one of the reasons I didn't visit Reddit for years, but basically now this is a source of information. It's where you have to go, so it doesn't matter whether or not I don't like it or not, or I'm being idealistic. This is just the way the world is, so I'm just trying to live in other people's worlds. Okay, DVD Reddits. Posted a blank picture. What was this called? Not game theory. Not augmented reality. It's the one where basically they take parts of the game and they implement it in real life, and it's like it's basically like a hunt, a detective hunt, an Easter egg hunt, whatever you want to call it. You have to suss out the clues to figure out what's going on. They did that really hardcore for Sombra. It was too much. For the release of Sombra on Overwatch, they did that real hardcore, and they teased her for like 2 months. It was obnoxious. Toxic survivors create toxic killers. Yes, they do, but don't actually side with the killer. You're just going to get bagged on. What do you get when you cross a low-skill killer with the toxic survivors that bully him? Get good noob. What do you get? You get what you fucking deserve. Uh-oh. You're siding with killers. You're going to get begged on. Shame on you for taking an impartial approach to DVD. Everyone knows killers don't have rights. Scavenger hunt, yeah. There's another name for it. What's where you geocaching? That's another name too, where you put something in somewhere and then someone has to find it from like the internet, right? Geocaching is another thing. Scavenger hunt, yeah. There's another name for it too. I was looking for. Kind of like a scavenger hunt. It's not augmented reality. It's another name for it. And it's really stupid. Like I said, I don't like when they do it. Not virtual reality. It might be augmented reality. Augmented reality for me is something different. That's augmented reality. Okay. Goes both ways, and if anything is circular, it is, but I would definitely say survivors definitely instigate all this fucking shit because they're so bored. But I would definitely say survivors usually have to make their own fun. Five streamers. Girlfriend painted this for me for Christmas. Aw, a talented girlfriend? No way. Somewhat talented girlfriend. I guess, you know, the thought that counts, right? The thought. T-H-O-T. Oh, see how funny I am, guys? You see how funny I am? No one thinks I'm funny, though. Thought. A woman who has many casual sexual encounters or relationships. Uh-huh. Okay. Let's look at the video, the upload. This is still pending. I don't understand. Is this even available? I don't even know if this is uploaded properly. I don't think it did. Processing, check back later. My guess is it's broken. I need to re-upload it. It's probably just going to stay that way forever. Okay, yesterday's stream. Let's do some WoW things, guys. By the last couple days of World of Warcraft, guys. Last two. Not World of Warships. World of... I might have to re-upload this one. I think at this point it's basically donezo. I just need to delete it and re-upload it. Okay. We'll revisit the comments we get tomorrow on... Reddit and on the tubes, see what we see there. Maybe DeBauer didn't, or did test it. He didn't say so in the video, which my guess is he didn't. So I'm going to go wash my coffee cup out, guys, and grab a soda. I'll be right back. I really need a vacuum, guys. I've had people over for Christmas, and then there's we've been having some issues, so wearing shoes in the house is a no-no. That's a good way to make your floor shit. Don't wear your shoes inside, guys. It'll just make your house 10 times dirtier. No shoe rule is the way to go. Whip. Whip for what? Oh, Nemesis. No, we're going back to Overwatch 2 before I go back to Dead by Daylight, so. Huh. You're funny. You're funny. Not done with Overwatch 2 yet. We're going back to Overwatch 2 and then possibly going back to Dead by Daylight, but not soon. So. You're so funny. All right. We had a really rough Halls of Valor last night, guys. It was insane. Halls. What do we have problems with in halls? 84. Holy fuck. We'll get denied there, but for some reason people have much higher expectations for Halls of Valor. We're gonna give this a couple seconds to see if I can get invited to the 14. Seconds. Boo. Hiya. What really killed us yesterday? Well, there's a lot of people just doing stupid stuff. I think people got tired. This is a 12, and yesterday I think we did a 13, so. Yeah, it was overtime. 12. You all are doing well. Aww, sweet talker. Yeah. Hey. Healer. Ooh. Don't believe what he says. He acts nice to everyone.
The Legion continues to bring demons forth from portals at the gates of valor. Go, champion. Find these portals and call to us. My
moving.
brood shall
Not
come
moving.
and destroy them.
Got him. It's all about the vibes. Actually, kind of true.
Only
just-
by strength in
just
battle
ribbing 'em.
can you be measured a champion. Let my storm forge begin your test.
Okay. Ready. And get booted? Ask lead to tank when it starts. Why am I supposed to be the leader? I guess for raid warning? Or maybe he doesn't want me to get booted? Because you can't... Actually, I think you can vote kick. No, you can't. Pre-mid. I just wasted my cooldown. No. Whenever you see the power attack, you have to dodge that shit. 8-1 because it's underneath the other attack bar. Wait, only crypto? Not normally. I'm not a heavy investor into crypto.
The elements answer to me.
All right, our shaman's doing a lot of damage, so.
Very well. I will test your myself. Break riders, I call upon your aid.
Hunter.
Let your words be measured in blood.
That guy just ate it.
I will bleed the weakness from your belly.
Patients are catching up, unfortunately.
Resist! Fight for the blood of the earth!
The elements answer to me.
Let your words be measured in
He went around. He didn't fucking go center? Fuck that shit. I didn't know they could do that. I would have sat center. So literally can go anywhere if he's in the center. Or on the other end.
the blood of the unworthy will break riders to me!
Get a little hardened defender here.
Riders, I call upon you! A battle well fought. A path forward is open.
Waited for, Normally I don't do this guy, but like the last time we were in here, we had so many problems with people dying and wiping, it's just like a huge waste. Oh.
Marked by lightning.
That fucking power attack whenever you see it. Only way to figure it out is the fact that it says power attack. A little bit of an animation there, but it's nothing big. The guy that always causes problems, so. Strategically, or
The elements answer to me.
accurately pulled. Looking pretty good. Someone else already stunned them, so. When you ever hear the shuk, that is the sound of me eating a power attack, and that's not what we want.
Through great deeds of courage and valor, Persia has earned this most sacred of rights. She shall ascend as one of my chosen Valkyr, and her name shall echo in these gilded halls for all eternity.
I am not nervous, only excited. All my life has led to this one glorious moment.
Walking like a true Valkyr. Mortal intruders approach.
I witnessed their deeds in Stormheim. Their kind has no true honor, no true virtue.
I will purge them from these sacred halls myself.
The ritual is not yet complete.
That is... the healer just died somehow. Couldn't something? I'm not gonna waste a battle res on him. Maybe I should have wasted battle res on him. God. Should have wasted a battle res. Should have wasted a battle res, guys. Yeah, that was a big flop there, mainly because everyone took attrition from the Grievous, I believe, and then died. That would have been definitely would have been worth the battle rats, because basically our entire group wiped on that. But yeah, crypto, I don't hold crypto for the most part. I have Bitcoin. There's a couple coins that I'll watch, like if I'm mining them or something, and then if they go up, I'll sell, but I won't rebuy when it gets high or something, or low. Yard guys, Grievous killed everyone. So this is an effect where if people don't get healed, they just die. Which is eventually what happened, so.
Marked by lightning.
I had a bunch of cooldowns. Oh. I had a bunch of cooldowns left, too. Did he just eat a laser beam? He did.
Marked by lightning.
Okay.
Not deny Persia's ascendance.
Gonna take 2 minutes? I don't think so. Sometimes I hold off on doing interrupt to see if other people do it. Sometimes people do it, and sometimes they don't, and sometimes they just do it late. I don't know if that's whether or not they actually do it late, or they think no one's going to do it, so they do it. Which might be the same boat that I'm in, so.
Marked by lightning.
The light shines eternal in you, Herja. You sully this ritual with your presence, mortals.
I could have used Sentinel, and Sentinel will be back up for the boss, by the way. Because Divine Toll came up with just 1 minute. If this guy takes a minute, that means 2 minutes, and Sentinel would pop. So, especially with my cooldown reductions on it.
The fury of the storm is yours to command.
Sure, he's fine. He's looking for mana. I think Holy Paladins tend to be very mana.
I will not fail you, Aegir!
The elements answer to me.
The light embraces you, Herja.
You will pollute these halls no more!
So it's kind of cool thing, Holy Paladins have to be somewhat near the boss. And that's because they get some buffs from attacking.
The storm gathers. Strike now, Herja.
And pop Urkel.
Be gone from these hallowed halls!
The elements answer to
The light embraces you, Herja. The storm gathers within you, Herja.
Be gone from these hallowed halls!
Probably could actually be closer to the boss, so she isn't so far from the center. Finally shows up.
None can stand against Aegir's chosen!
Revel in the power of the light.
Be gone from these hallowed halls!
the elements answer to me.
I am sorry, Aegir. I have failed you.
Bitch! Trying to run from me? Oh, I get debuff? He's like the only guy with the Windstorm debuff. accidentally had someone target it instead of a mob. We're always short some mobs, so I'm going around the edges instead of through the center. Just got stuck in a chair. Doop doop doop. Should have fast to change this, at least last time. We're out of sync.
Marked by lightning.
It looks like if there's one charge remaining, it doesn't do anything. I thought I got someone, but I guess I didn't. Like if I get hit by this, it doesn't actually do anything because there's no one else for me to actually get debuffed by. Damage from that shared among all group members. Both these wolf packs. Bitch. Guy? No. If I had Blessing of Sacrifice, that would help there too. I don't have it. I thought about actually could have saved that too for when he does
By lightning.
Wrong guy? It is the wrong guy. Oh my god, there he is. Oh, he's fine. Ah! The other paladin bopped him too. Good. Used to be sometimes when the bosses would do effects like that, you could actually use Reckoning and pull them off. You can't do that anymore. Oh, buddy. Tough time right now. Did one of them. Might die. I might die. Actually, I can divine protection this, can I? We'll have it on me.
The elements answer to me!
That. Apparently didn't aggro the other guy. He's aggroed. A little bit overkill, but we got extra aggro. What happened? I think we might have been able to just kill the single guy and we would have been fine. Sometimes they're worth 1%, sometimes they're worth 2%, so.
Throughout your trials, you have demonstrated your cries of anguish will echo through eternity.
Should be fine. Should get under timer here, guys. Nothing super spectacular. This instance is definitely more taxing on groups than other instances. Maybe I think Ruby Life's still worse, but if you know how to position yourself, maybe not. A lot of damage in here and a lot of time sinks, especially the 84%.
The abyss. I will take joy in crushing you.
Back up.
Marked by lightning.
It almost feels like we have a buff that reduces the cooldown of Seraphim. It kind of feels like maybe it's not worth it because I always wait for Divine Toll anyways. So.
Fails where they failed. We will succeed.
I think it was worth it. You still have to wait for Divine Toll. Popping Serpentine early was a bad idea.
The elements answer to me.
Get that. Yeah. Yeah, so basically I missed a rotation on Divine Toll because I popped Seraphim early. Second early? Dumb idea. Heal? Oh, maybe we're just attacking another one.
To the victor go the spoils. The Aegis of Agrimar
Good?
is yours.
Good. Oh.
No, I too have proved my worth, Odin. I am God King Skovald. These mortals dare not
God King
challenge
Skovald,
my
guys.
claim to the Aegis. The Vanquishers have already taken possession of it, Skovald.
I think we'll be under
As
time?
was
I don't
their
know.
right.
Dialogue takes a long
Your
time, though.
protest comes too late.
12 deaths is too much.
If these false champions
Timer in
do
here's
not
too tight.
yield the Aegis by choice, then they will surrender it in death. Give up the Aegis or die.
Yep, eat that.
My flames be scourged.
My cooldowns. Good.
Marked by lightning.
The power is mine.
Getting a little light on DPS here.
Be scourged.
I think these are taking longer than they were earlier.
age is cold.
Marked by lightning.
Feel a lot more shit stains on the ground too than we did earlier. Oh, look at him. Look at him healing outside it. Wow. Look at that guy. Tanking it all. I don't think we'll have another rotation, but... Lots of shit stains here. I don't know why. I think it's from the people being in too close to each other with buddy. We aren't killing those fast enough. That sucks. Why'd that take so much?
Most impressive. I never thought
People are getting fatigued or something.
who could match the Valajar's strength. And yet here you stand.
It seems like our DPS is slowing down. I think we're doing fine on deaths. That's only a minute off.
There is one final trial that awaits. Me. Should you triumph, I will carve your names in these sacred halls myself and grant you a reward worthy of your valor. It has been ages since I faced a worthy opponent. Let the battle begin! To me, Valajar, prove your worth! Yield now, or I will call upon my true power!
Gotta look for a room.
Let us see if your wits are as sharp as your weapons.
Bread.
Marked by lightning.
Mighty Valajar, heed my summons! Yield now, or I will call upon my true...
Oh, buddy. Oh my god.
Every up I feel invigorated. Care to try again, champions?
That's unfortunate. So I had to bubble, and then I didn't use, because I don't use DI, I couldn't find it on my bar. Like, I had to cancel this immediately, and I couldn't find it on my buff bar. I was going to get stuck in the explosion, and that will insta-kill you. So I had to bubble in order to save myself through it. And then I need to find to get rid of it, because 8 seconds. Basically, I don't have aggro. Unless I have the talent, I don't have aggro. And I need to get rid of it and regain aggro off the boss, which I did, but Reckoning wore off right away. So, caused group wipe. Yeah. That wipe was caused purely by thundering, guys, and me not being able to find anyone to cleanse off the debuff on from thundering, and then it stunned me in his aura. If you guys missed that, the giant aura, and that's an insta-kill. So you have to... Divine Shield is the only way to become invulnerable, and you lose aggro when you do it. Just have the talent. That sucks. That'll happen, though.
Since I faced a worthy opponent, let the battle begin! To me, Valajar, prove your worth! My power is beyond anything you have yet faced!
Marked by lightning!
Let us see if your wits are as sharp as your weapon.
Okay. Oh my god. Fuck off, Thundering. Best RG Shaman, Changings. Fuck is he? I have no idea where that guy is. You got him.
Fight for me, Valajar! Fight for glory! Yield now, for I will call upon my true power!
They put me, that's why I try to tank him center, because if you're not in center, you have to be able to run basically almost directly away from him, and if you don't, fucks you.
An agile mind is as deadly as the sharpest blade.
You?
Marked by lightning!
Mighty Valajar, heed my summons! Reborn champions, I will hold nothing back!
There's only one DPS alive, and like marking is kind of pointless.
Let us see if your wits are as sharp as your weapons.
I'm yellow.
The elements answer to me!
Fight for me, Valajar!
Can't kill that.
For glory! My power is beyond anything you have yet faced! I feel invigorated. Care to try again, champions?
That had to be pretty close. I don't know what that was at, because I don't have an add-on to see what his actual percent's at. Possibly could have done that. Bastion of Light was down, because I had to heal myself earlier. My low was down. Ardent Defender could have aided an attack and given me a heal. Bastion of Light I basically need for healing. If I want to do some burst healing. That was down, which I used earlier. Fuck you. We did really good the first time, too. I don't know why we lost 2 DPS immediately in the second wave. It's like, it wasn't even like that far into the boss. It's like 98% or something. Very close. That sucks. But now we lost 2 minutes on deaths. I mean, let's do that instead. 3% is not worth. So Retribution gives me Avenging Wrath, but because of Sentinel, I guess it'll just give me damage reduction, which would be good. I didn't even think of that, because now I have damage reduction instead of Sentinel, or instead of crit.
What victories do you bring me? It has been ages since I faced a worthy opponent. Let the battle begin! To me, Valajar, prove your worth! My power is beyond anything you have yet faced!
Marked by lightning.
Every opponent has a weakness. I will find yours!
And they're finding the ruins.
Unworthy.
Tough dealing with that when all this shit's going on.
Fight for me, Valajar! Fight for glory! My power is beyond anything you have yet faced! An agile mind is as deadly as the sharpest blade.
Eh.
The elements answer to me.
We got like 2 DPS and didn't really know exactly what we were supposed to do. And like if you do on like lower keys, you don't need to do the rune mechanic.
To me, Valajar, prove your worth!
Of the battle reses either.
Power is beyond anything you have yet faced! Every opponent has a weakness. I will find yours!
Marked by lightning.
Bitch.
To me, Valajar, prove your worth! My power is beyond anything you have yet faced!
Ah, it is. Kill me.
I
Yeah.
feel
I thought there's a radius on it, but there isn't.
invigorated.
Right.
Care to try again, champions?
Easier to look for color than shape. Yeah, people recognize colors more so than shapes, especially if it's an odd shape. if it was actually like a letter that people recognize, like an English alphabet letter, they'd probably be able to identify it. But if you look for just the shape of the letter, you're probably going to spend more time than just looking for a color. But yeah, our DPS, I think they're getting, our DPS are getting tired. These guys are not putting out the DPS they were earlier, so like they're getting fatigued, and it's causing us to get fucked in the ass. So that's unfortunate. It's like some of these dungeons, when they get a little bit too long, is your DPS just starts like zoning out or something. If you look at this, like they aren't putting out the numbers they were earlier. They're doing, this guy's pretty close, which probably means he's a raider and he's used to this shit, but these two guys are putting out probably about a third to a half of the DPS they were earlier. So, yeah. And also on top of that, they aren't doing the runes properly. Probably means they're just zoned out or something. Shaman knows what he's doing, though.
Have you brought valor to these halls?
It's kind of sad because we had a really good run up till this point, which also is, you know, people become demoralized. We had a really good run up to this boss, and there's plenty of groups that have been in where we just one-shot the boss here. As long as you do the runes. It really sucks one of our groups was wiped, specifically by Thundering debuff. I possibly could have saved it, but that required a lot of finagling, and I wasn't doing that.
Every opponent has a weakness. I will find yours.
Thundering.
Call upon my true power. Let us see if your wits are as sharp as your weapons.
Kill.
Creatures, as promised, you will have your just reward.
Oh, thank God we got pants. Well, I didn't really need pants. I do need pants. Yeah. No. We can't type to him because he's gone. That sucks, guys. That has a lot to do with our group getting fatigued. And like I said, you can tell who the raider is because they put out relatively consistent numbers, even though things have gone on a long time. But these two other guys are kind of... Yeah, they're anywhere from half to a third of the damage that they should have been doing. The fucking raiders are used to having their brain shut off. Oh, that's funny. I'm used to powering down my brain, guys. I do it daily. Hot. Fucking hot. Good. Definitely needed that. And it has crit on it. I would like to do another one. Halls of Valor. I know it seems kind of redundant. We didn't get any rating off that either. It was fine, literally right up till that end. Literally fine up till the end. That's actually low too. Healers. Balls again? I remember we're not doing that. Keystone. Right there. Oceanic. Not doing timer. 14's too much. 12 again, and maybe actually finish it. Oh no, we. Stuff that I actually needed is all stuff that we didn't get, by the way. I didn't need legs. I needed a belt, bracers, or a trinket. I didn't need legs. I needed the other items. Do Oceanic. It's not that bad. I've been in an Oceanic group before, and they didn't tell me right away. It's not super horrible. They put Oceanic in the name because people freak out otherwise, so.
Come, stop, browse. Smell.
Have Lust heals. I don't think we can do a 14. Try. Nah. Should we do a 12? Oceanic? Let's find out. Cud. It's people waiting for healer. Closest 189. You're in Academy anymore. Boss. Ruby's pretty difficult too. Academy I don't even think is possible. Without a highly coordinated group, it's doing things like popping pots. The exact right moment. Complete a Mythic 15 route dungeon or higher to increase this week's reward. Top 8 runs. It's kind of weird that it includes Halls of it. Well, it actually includes multiple. 5, 408, 411. Well, kind of sucks that we aren't going to continue playing after this week, so. Fast run before reset. Game. Sure. I assure you. Halls is difficult in general, but if we can get like a 14, if these guys know what they're doing, fuck you. To reapply to this group, I don't know if he's denying tanks or if Something else is going on there. This and Nokhud, and Nokhud has a shitload of tanks waiting for healers. Still. Panic. Good. Why not? We get denied. I think they can tell that I'm not oceanic. Find out. Like I said, oceanic generally isn't that terrible. Would like to get another run in here. I mean, a beat timer? Like, this is a tough run to begin with, but, like, trying to do a beat timer on 12 halls, unless you're, like, you're doing, like, a rate, like you have a pre-made group. Horrible. Like, we were fine up until that last boss on our last run. I think we would have missed the timer by, like, 30 seconds. I think our first time we were down to, like, 1%, the guy said. I mean, sure. Kind of stagnated at 12 and 13 right now, and I don't. 14 is probably a little bit too much, by the way. It is kind of sad that this just isn't on the looking for dungeon system, which it should be, and it's not. Yeah, we're missing a healer, dude. Whoops. All right. Good. Good. Dalaran. Good. Mm-hmm. Right. It's kind of funny, guys. I still have 3 blues that have basically been on. I got 3 brand new pieces of gear that replaced my blues. We've talked about this before. The dungeon drop system is 100% rigged so that it only gives you items, very low eye level upgrades, unless it's a rank reset. They probably have it set out on how many pieces of gear it's supposed to replace and how fast. So I've still been sitting on 3 blues that I've been unable to replace because they haven't dropped. Last couple days we've just been doing hauls. Well, see.
There is an exposed ley line in Azure Gale Bay, causing all kinds of interference on the network. Set up some surveying equipment so I can monitor its chaotic energies and work around them.
Good. Almost there, guys.
The Legion continues to bring demons forth from portals at the gates of valor. Go, champion. Find these portals and call to us. My brood shall come and destroy them.
Yeah. Go in without summoning? Ah, there's people here. Alrighty. I don't think I've healed the new instance with a druid, or this instance with a druid. I see. Plus, Wolfstride Pendant. Wow, I really want that. Good. Is from Broken Isles. Go. You know what the game should do is if you talk in party chat, when you have a marker on your face, it should include the marker in the party chat. Identify you? Fuck. Oh, he's doing a shitload of damage. That shit. So I was pretty sure I had an Avenger Shield proc on, which I did. I should be outranging these guys, I don't know why I'm not.
I will be the judge. Strike riders, I call upon your aid. The blood of the unworthy will flow through these halls.
Our healer's light?
The unworthy will strike riders. I call upon your aid.
Marked by lightning.
I think this means our healer's kind of light.
Will flow through these halls. Quick riders, I call upon your aid. Let your words be measured in blood.
It's also a waste if we just spend a bunch of time here and then we can't actually finish it. I think this is gonna take fucking forever if the healer's alive.
I will bleed the weakness from your veins. Quick riders, I call upon your aid.
The elements answer to me.
I will bleed the weakness from your veins. The battle well fought.
Christ.
The path forward is open.
That was a pretty big waste of time. I'm still getting hit. I'm moving out of the way of this shit and it's still hitting me. You're on a shit server or shit blizzard server? I don't know. This decision shouldn't be NA, or shouldn't be oceanic.
Marked by lightning.
At least now they give me damage reduction when they die. I guess there's that.
Marked by lightning.
great deeds of courage and valor, Persia has earned this most sacred of rights. She shall ascend as one of my chosen Valkyr, and her name shall echo in these gilded halls for all eternity.
Do a small pull. Wait for my cooldowns to come up.
I am not nervous, only excited. All my life has led to this one glorious moment.
Spoken like a true Valkyr. Mortal intruders approach.
I witnessed their deeds in Stormheim. Their kind has no true honor, no true virtue.
I will purge them from these sacred halls myself.
The ritual is not yet complete.
The elements answer to me!
I think there's some people that have still depended on basically everyone else cleansing off. Cleansing off the Thundering debuff. Marked by lightning, yeah.
Sully this ritual with your presence, mortal.
The elements answer to me!
Persia! You will not deny Persia's ascendance!
A Frogger? Mm-hmm. Probably Frog. Oh my god, I ate it. Hey, oh my god, what was that? He shot one out, just like an extra one, just for me.
The light shines eternal in you, Persia!
Good time to mana would be like literally when we aren't doing anything between boss fights, right?
I will not fail you, Aegir!
Marked by lightning!
The light embraces you, Persia!
You will pollute these halls no more!
Keeps.
Storm gathers within you, Herja!
You will pollute these halls no more!
A lot of damage. I should come up.
Marked by lightning!
Oh, no.
The light embraces you, Herja.
Let's try not to kill the group. They're all just standing there. Play it. They're close to it.
Storm gathers within.
I am sorry, Eir. I have failed you.
That on trash. Fuck is that shit? It looks like there's a priest healing him or something. Well, I have a priest in the group, do we?
Marked by lightning!
That was kind of weird. Like, power attacks, I'm definitely out of range, and I still get hit with it sometimes when I'm out of range of them. Other guy said he's having Lancy issues. My sound's all fucked up for some reason. Okay.
Marked by lightning!
Kind of sucks sometimes. Verkle will actually pop even when I don't need it to. But I'd rather take that over than not having it. It's actually really good. So there are cases when I'm doing a bunch of other shit, I don't have time to use a global cooldown on defensive abilities. I know it seems kind of weird, but it's true. wonder how other tanks do that. If they just expect people to walk over the top of them. I can imagine it kills a lot of tanks. They aren't very good. Good. Yeah, by the way, can't wait to get rid of that so they don't fucking keep saying marked by lightning. Shitty voice actor. Back group. I was gonna wait for Divine Toll to come up. The bounds were not up. Fucking popped again. Whoever that was couldn't help themselves. I think it was a hunter.
The elements answer to me!
The voice is scary. Okay, well, I guess if it does it for you. He just died, by the way. That guy 100% just fucking died. Literally just sat there and ate that to the face. Why the fuck does my sound get so quiet right now?
Marked by lightning!
Got fucking Christ. I just took 5 million damage. I have not. This is the first time we've wiped on Fenrir, guys. In this instance. So, I don't know if it's intentional, but 2 people did not run from the boss when they had Scent of Blood. One was the healer, which I bopped, and the second guy just ran into a wall and died, so, yeah. They could either ran to the cave, or they could have ran back the way we came, and they didn't either. Sucks. I took like 5 million damage when I died at the end there, and I was out of cooldowns. I don't think Gok was up. I think I'd bashed in a light, which is waiting to use, but I took like 80% of my health in like maybe 2 seconds, and I'd have time to pop it. Global cooldowns will eat your time, just like you'll have no idea where it went. That sucks. Following him, and he got stuck.
The elements answer to me!
Holy fucking shit. I just used my battle res on the fucking guy that just asked for battle res. Dude, he should not have res. Pretty sure. So normally that's not a problem, but if he lands on you and you're the only one there, you'll just die, which is what happened to me. I basically ate all the party damage. Wipe twice on... Okay. Welcome back, sup bro, I guess? Good. Fuck you, Blizzard. I intentionally put that there. So there is parts of this boss where you have to run from it, and parts of it where you have to group. And either that's not a good sign, but we'll see. I mean... resin. Fuck, Adam. No, I can't. The fuck, he's still alive.
The elements answer to me!
Okay, well, I guess. Everyone else died, but I survived. I just saw how much HP he had. Hopefully not get dismounted here. Seems like there's another one where our healer's kind of light, just based on what's happening here. Last one we had a pretty good healer, but it didn't matter because our DPS just kind of fell off. And people not knowing what to do on the boss.
The elements answer to me!
That's the way it goes. You only need, I think, one guy here. We ended up taking multiple. If I brought a yak, we probably would have been... 2 yaks, we would have been fine.
Throughout your trials, you have demonstrated strength. Your cries of anguish will echo.
There's more than 3 minutes dialogue here, so it doesn't even matter. Got it.
I will take joy in crushing you.
Good. Gonna be kind of touch and go. I wonder how the runes are gonna go on the last boss. We have problems on the Doge.
My strength failed. Where they failed, we will succeed.
Yeah, you can. Assuming it's not a raw battery, but if you buy a consumer device like a consumer battery, you'll have protectors built in. Well, no. No, actually, no, I take that back. You can't just, like, plug it into, like, a raw charger. That doesn't work. You actually have to have a battery conditioner. Depends on which kind of lithium device you're getting. If you get a lithium batteries, you'll usually have a lithium charger, but lithium chargers are usually just trickle chargers. But yeah, there's specialized chargers for lithium batteries. More advanced, like there's kind of like this in-between area where we're in kind of this in-between where you can get like smart batteries, which are like lithium batteries, like built-in like battery control stuff, battery control module it's called, in the battery charging module. They have different names for it. Like if you can get AA batteries that are actually lithium batteries, and they're like smaller lithium batteries with like a little microcontroller on the top.
My claim to the ages. The vanquishers have already taken possession of it, Skullball, as was their right. Your protest comes too late. If these false champions will
It depends, but if you get a raw lithium battery, you gotta be very careful when you charge it.
and they will surrender it in death. Give up the ages or die. You will die in agony.
Dead.
Little more than a nuisance.
We're gonna have a lot of problems, guys. Next boss.
The Aegis goes to its rightful.
Seems like someone that sneaked in that doesn't know the mechanics. That's not good. I think he's one that died on the last boss too. Wanted to use some of my cooldowns, guys, and couldn't do it.
My flame beast good.
The elements answer to me!
Now the Aegis is where it belongs.
Probably gonna have another. Gonna have another rotation here, so.
Suffering will be eternal.
Okay.
All my plans brought to ruin. Most impressive. I never thought I would meet anyone who could match the Valajar's strength. And yet here you stand. There is one final trial that awaits. Me. Should you triumph, I will carve your names in these sacred halls myself and grant you a reward worthy of your valor. of your battles. It has been ages since I faced a worthy opponent. Let the battle begin!
The elements answer to me!
To me, Valajar! Prove your worth! Be warned, champions. I will hold nothing
Let's see
back.
if the guy dies. I almost died.
Every opponent has a weakness. I will find yours. Do not be ashamed. You fought with courage and honor.
And out of range. We're gonna have to wait for people. I don't know if it'd actually be faster. Like, if we have to kill this guy multiple times, it's actually faster killing the fucking ad there than waiting. At least it didn't explode on his super explosion phase. But yeah, do not charge a lithium battery with like 2 wires and a DC charger or DC transformer. Don't do that. Don't do that. Just like a raw... Most lithium batteries that you buy will have battery control circuitry built in. They won't have a battery control board, but they'll have safety circuitry built in. Sometimes they don't. If you buy the raw ones, just like just a battery, like you can find in, let's say, a Tesla car pack, or in a flash, not a flashlight, a battery pack for a drill. They usually have a controller board on top of them, right?
My Valajar. It has been ages since I faced a worthy opponent. Let the battle begin!
Hunter has lost.
Fight for me, Valajar! Fight for glory! Be warned, champions.
The elements answer to me!
Every opponent has a weakness. I will find yours.
Hello. I get hit by a ball.
Prove your worth.
What is it?
My power is beyond anything you have yet faced.
Marked by lightning!
Hey, that actually went a lot better than our first group.
You
Holy
are
shit.
truly remarkable creatures. As promised, you will have your just reward.
Good. Valor. Okay. And plate. Waste. Let's see. Probably. Oh. Holy shit, guys, we got a belt. Jesus Christ. What a nice guy. What a nice guy giving me his belt. What a nice guy. You could have sold that for 50 gold. But tomorrow resets, I bet we'll just get all my blues. The rest of my blues will just drop on resets, so. Yeah, don't worry about that, guys. Luckily, we had another plate in there. But you must have a much better belt. Link. That's a big deal. Well, he gave me 1 eye level. Oh, jeez. What happened? Yeah, still have a waist, guys, or wrist, and a trinket that are tanking my eye level. Technically not my drop. It is true. So what I've noticed is there's multiple ways that they gate it. You can't give gear. Hate it. Fuck you, Bar. You can't give gear to other people in the party if it's an eye level upgrade. So let's say I got a trinket that I don't want, or a ring that I don't want, even if like it doesn't have stats I want on it. Even if I want to give it away, I can't unless it is lower, or yeah, unless it's lower than the eye level of the gear. So if I get a 402 ring, I can't give it away because I have a 389 ring, even if I don't want it. Same thing with boots. If I get like a 394 boot or something, which doesn't exist, if I get a 394 boot, I can't give it away because I have 392s. Yeah, so it is highly targeted, so you can't give away loot. That guy must have crafted a piece or something, but he actually had a plate. He had a plate belt, and it dropped to him too, even though he technically didn't need it. It dropped to him, not me. Even though I needed it, and we've definitely been running instances. It's not like it's new. It is very difficult. Halls of Valor always seems to go over. It is very difficult. Like some of those boss, we actually did really good on the last boss. I thought we were gonna wipe a lot on that. We actually did really good on him. We did worse on Fenrir, but once people figured out what's going on, they changed immediately. But it's too late. The timer on Halls of Valor is too tight. It's too tight. Yeah. Did we gain any rating? +2. I gained 2 rating. Yeah, so resets are tomorrow, guys. I bet immediately we're just going to get drops everywhere. So, yeah, we aren't doing Academy, unfortunately, because Academy has the one boss, and he is way overpowered right now. And it's not very easy for pugs to do at all. It is not easy at all for pugs to do, so we aren't going to be doing that. But yeah, tonight, guys, will be our last day of World of Warcraft. Not this stream, but tonight will be, because we're obviously just going to get a bunch of sweet drops after reset. The vault will happen, too, so we can go take a look at that. And then we'll be done with World of Warcraft. This has lasted a lot longer than normal. Normally, I play World of Warcraft for 1 to 2 weeks. We are going on 4 weeks of World of Warcraft, an entire month of World of Warcraft. I hope you guys are happy. I hope you enjoyed our 1 month of World of Warcraft. Normally I don't do this, so yeah. And we'll have a sweet piece of gear to pick, which I hope. once again, so even if I replace my waist, it might just not be that big of an upgrade. This piece, or not waist, my wrist and waist are off pieces, so they have less stats than your main piece. Your main piece of gear is your head, your chest, and your legs. Those give you the biggest upgrades when you put them on. Comparatively, stat budget is bigger for those pieces of gear. Comparatively to, like look at my wrist here. It has 145 strength, and look at my chest. It has 370. It has more than 2 times the amount of stat on it. And that's just the primary stat, obviously. Insane. It has almost 4 times the amount of stamina on it. Obviously, this is higher eye level, but it's not even close, like in any way, shape, or form. So, yeah, I guess we're just going to do it tomorrow, because it'll allow me... It'll basically be a pretty nice touch, because we'll get a couple pieces of gear, obviously, from Vault, and then I'll be able to get some eye level from Valor? From the Valor piece, from the Valor vendor. And then we'll be able to upgrade my sword a little bit here. Unfortunately, guys, we've had shorter streams too. That kind of hurt things as well because I haven't been streaming longer as normal. Those instances, the Halls of Valor takes forever. It's almost always overtime. I think almost all of ours have been overtime. There's always a challenge in it. That healer wasn't super amazing. He upped his game later on, but he wasn't super amazing early on at all. And that cost us even later on. There's some cases where he probably could have saved people and he didn't. But we've had worse healers. Discipline Priest especially was pretty bad. But yeah, we'll upgrade this. $1,700. So the next rating upgrade is $1,700. We obviously can't get this in a week, so we'll probably just get maybe... actually, I think we could do. If we do enough instances, we could do this. I don't think we're going to make 750 Valor in one day. I think each instance is like 150 or 200, so... we'll see if the affixes are better this week, too. So we don't have healers that are exploding. That really hurts. I don't want to use that, though.
See all Veldraken has to offer.
Yeah, otherwise, this is probably one of the best expansion packs since Wrath of the Lich King. I don't normally play WoW for this long, guys, as you know. It's just because it's been fun. I've enjoyed the questing experience. We spent maybe, 2 weeks questing. It was actually really enjoyable. We did a bunch of side quests. We got some toys. We did the Dragon Rider achievements, so I'm a Dragon Racer, whatever it is. We did all the races. Isle Racer. We did the advanced and gold courses on everything. Yeah. Pretty fun, guys. Pretty fun. I really enjoy it. If you're looking for MMO, guys, you want to grind something, WoW is still really where it's at. They could make it better for sure, and it's really a shame. It's a damn shame that they've kind of haven't really given this game what it deserves in terms of development effort, because there's the community has been here forever. The developers just constantly just kind of shit on it. They don't, like, even with this dungeon finder system, you could turn this into a leaderboard. You could have people compete for fastest speed run, right? At a certain level, fastest speed run. People would do it. Like, speedruns aren't really a thing in the game, but they could turn it out of mythic dungeons, keys. They could make it so the gear improves better than it does. It's tapped at level 15 right now, which we can't even get to. And it's much, 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 much easier getting gear out of raids. They want you to raid. They, like, try to direct you to raid. They could put it on the looking for dungeon system, so you wouldn't need to mess around with finding a group here. That also means when someone would leave on a boss, you could find a replacement, because you can spam the keys. If they put it on the looking for dungeon system. But they don't. They don't want you to do dungeons too much, and why would you ever want people to not do something in your game that keeps them playing your game? I don't know. They have Pokemon battles. They have transmog is fucking a huge part of this game now. It's probably what keeps this game going. Keeps it fucking going after the expansion pack dies down, which is what everyone runs for gearing to make their character look cool. I have a fat waist right now. They grind characters to make them look cool. They don't. Like, they could have a contest for that, and they don't do it. They do, and they just don't do it. Stop. Stop. Got it. Better. Don't I look fantastic, guys? Yeah, I do. Fucking phenomenal. Look at my rune etched sword and my rune etched shield. Oh yeah, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? And I'm wearing a fucking shark mouth on the side of my armor because why not? I'm just that badass. But yeah, basically, like, there's so many things you can do in this game. You can PvP too. But at the end of the day, like, over the years, Blizzard really just doesn't seem like they've given a shit. They've made a success story and then they just squandered it over and over and over again. Either the developers are doing it or the higher ups aren't, you know, employing people. Like, they never scaled it up. This is probably my favorite comparison is where Fortnite, even if you don't like Fortnite, as far as development effort goes, the moment that Fortnite took off, Epic ramped up their shit like this. They literally ramped up to meet the demand of the consumers, and it showed. There's like people like fucking shitting in their chairs, literally shitting in their chairs, refusing to use the bathroom because they were so addicted to the game. Like, that's exactly what you wanted to do as a developer, where you hone in so well on what you have that it makes people want to play it, like they want to life it, right? And in this game, it seems like they don't care. World of Warcraft, they had 10 million players at one point. You get titles from PvP. Obviously, you can just play it for fun, right? But you get titles for it, you get gear for it. The gearing for PvP is slightly different, where it increases in power when you're playing in PvP itself, so you can't really use it for PvE, but you can use it for PvP. But PvP itself, I would say, isn't super balanced. I wouldn't ever do like arenas or where you're supposed to go for competitive PvP. I have been a fan in the past of Battlegrounds. I played a shitload of Battlegrounds when I was younger. Hence why I have the Bloodthirsty title, which means I've been part of killing 200,000 players. You guys know that's kind of a big deal. I like occasionally showing that off. Yeah, I used to PvP a lot when I was younger. I've been playing this game for years. Let's see, PvP. Yeah, 250,000 HKs. So this means I've been part of killing 200. It's not the same thing as a limb, but I've basically been around or near 250,000 people when they've died. That's a lot. That's a fucking lot. I don't care what you think. That's a lot of dead people. You can say what you want about PlanetSide 2. That's a lot of fucking dead people. Yeah. For those of you that have watched me play during my PlanetSide 2 years, yeah. That's a big deal, which is, I think if you ground this out and played for 8 hours a day, it would take you like 8 months to do it by playing enough Battlegrounds and getting enough honor, assuming you're around like half the people over the course of the... There's people that figured it out like on Reddit or kind of like earmarked it, or spitballed it, not earmarked it, spitballed it, like, you know, with napkin math. And based on their experience, it'd take you around 8 months of 8-hour days grinding to get the honorable kill, the Bloodthirsty title. Not something people can easily do. That's kind of fun. The other one that's also kind of fun that I have sitting on my character here is, there used to be Realm First, which is you're the first person after your expansion pack launch to get something. I did Archaeology, and Archaeology was brand new, and this is in Kata. It was incredibly buggy. I have posts on the forum about it describing my experience in it, and got a Realm First, which means I was the first person on my realm to beat everyone else to doing it. And you couldn't, normally you can kind of game it with... normally, every time that there's an expansion launch, you used to be able to game professions. There's a Realm First for every profession. You used to be able to game it by amassing ingredients and or having people power level you to get through it. You couldn't power level Archaeology either by buying a shitload of stuff or by having people power level you. So there was no way of doing this except organically, which is what I did. I spent like the first 2.5 days, I didn't sleep, first 2.5 days playing, or day and a half, I think it was a day and a half. It was like 36 hours of just constantly grinding to get this. I didn't sleep at all of doing this, and I beat someone else by like maybe 4 hours or something. Probably because they slept. Yeah. That's kind of a big deal. That's kind of a big deal, beating everyone else. And this is back when people were playing too. Kata was right after the highest point in terms of player numbers in World of Warcraft, which was 12 mil, I think. 12 million, 10 million subscribers, 12 million subscribers, a lot of people. It's a lot of money every month. And they just pissed it away. They could have been releasing new dungeons every other month, or new dungeons every month. They could have released new raids every other month, and they didn't do it. I played the shit out of this game when I was younger. I was super into this game. Like there's tons of people that really wanted to save the game, and they just didn't do it. Where Fortnite went like this, Blizzard went, hey, we got success, and they just kind of flatlined. And let's release a new expansion pack every 2 years. Occasionally release a new raid. I think there's like 1 or 2 raids, yeah, and every expansion pack that they release after the fact, and they don't release new dungeons anymore. Wrath of the Lich King had the most dungeons out of every expansion pack. They released arguably what I consider the best dungeons at the end of Wrath of the Lich King, which were Frozen Throne dungeons. Guys, where are they? Wrath of the Lich King in general is just, it's not a meme, it was just the best expansion pack. Forge of Souls, Halls of Reflection, and Pit of Sauron. Halls of Reflection actually used to be cool back before they nerfed the shit out of it. Escape from Arthas, what this actually was she would basically run at you, and it basically comes down to a DPS check, and if you got too near him, you'd just die. And basically, he wouldn't run at you, he'd walk slowly towards you, and you had to run away from him, but it was a DPS check, because ice walls would spawn, and you'd have to DPS down the mobs, or he'd just run into you and pancake you. So you'd have to DPS the mobs down. It was really stressful if you didn't have the gearing for it at the time. And then you just walk towards you, and you had to kill all these mobs before he got near you, and then the wall would drop. But if you didn't, you'd just be stuck against the wall, and basically just get smushed by his ridiculous DPS aura. Just like being near him kills you. Which is hilarious, yeah. I don't think they really ever did anything like this. It was, in my opinion, one of the best dungeons, or, you know, just a dungeon, not a raid in the game. But yeah, and then they nerfed the shit out of it, so you didn't even need to worry about it. Like, you could sit in his aura and you wouldn't die and stuff. They nerfed the shit out of it because pugs were having problems with it. It was pretty cool. I remember spending like 4 hours in it with a group because they didn't have the... I didn't know it was a DPS thing at the time, and like, I don't like finger pointing. It always seems like back then, like, it's one of those things where it just, I just can do better. You know, sometimes it's not you, and sometimes it's everyone else. And I used to be one of those people where it has to be me, right? I just do this better. We just need to do this better and we can win. But no, this game is very stat-based, and even right now, if you don't have the stats, certain things become very painful, right? If you don't have the DPS, certain fights become very painful because they got a soften rage, essentially. Where if you don't do enough damage within a certain amount of time, you just explode. That's just the way it is. What's a good DPS check in dungeons right now? The dragon on Ruby Abyss, there's a dragon that flies down on a circle, and that dragon will soften rage, meaning it gains stacks of damage over time until it hits 10 stacks. I've pretty much always been able to down it, but it's a soften rage timer where if you don't have the DPS or you're not tanking it right, you'll just die, and then it'll kill everyone in the group, and then you have to reset it, right? It's a soften rage. And a rage used to be one of these things where if you didn't kill someone in a certain amount of time, you just do insane amounts of damage and kill you. There used to be hardened rages where he'd just reach a timer and then just kill it. They would reach a timer and just kill everyone in the group because he didn't beat the timer. Now softened rages are kind of a thing where it ramps up the damage in some way. Either stress on the healer, tank, or the rest of the group. There's another softened rage in Vault that I can think of off the top of my head right now. In Revolt, Umbrus, no, is that Umbruscal? Yes, it's on this guy. You have to kill these things that spawn. If you don't, it adds damage to the boss. Crystals. Actually, no, this just kills people. This isn't stuff. There's one that adds damage to the boss. I didn't know this was a thing. I thought it was just a thing that stacks on you. Player movement gets slowed 7% for every 4 seconds every time they move. I thought it just was stacking and you had to cleanse it off. No, it's if you're moving, you lose speed. So I don't even understand this mechanic. That would explain why it got so slow, and I'd use Blessing of Freedom to free myself, but it doesn't really matter. Anyways, I'm out here for tonight, guys. Tomorrow will be our last day of World of Warcraft. Then we will be going back to Overwatch 2 and playing some Pharah and other characters. But if you are new to the stream and you enjoyed World of Warcraft, make sure to follow in the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. Depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Tonight, as I mentioned, will be our last playthrough of World of Warcraft, or our last day of World of Warcraft. But I'm out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Monday night and Tuesday morning. Have a good day, guys.